Hello? Hello? Maybe louder. Hello? Okay. Okay. So, hello. Okay, good morning, everybody. Soon is the midday and afternoon. So let's start. So my name is Isla Willits. I'm the Vice President of Australian Women's Federation for World Peace, and we co-sponsor this event as well. And so just the housekeeping. Please turn off your phones, please. Be kind. Because many precious speakers here today. And welcome, and thank you so much for taking your time today. It's Saturday, so it's very busy time for many. So we are very grateful you are here today. And welcome. So I would like to now invite Pearl Waimara to give acknowledgement of country. Let's listen.
Hello. Yep, you can hear me. Apologise for my voice sounding like this, but I've first time in many years I've come down with a cold, so I'm just coping with that. So excuse that. Thank you. It's good to be here again with all of you, and for those people who don't know me, my name is Pearl Waimara. My clan are the Gurung people of far northern Cape York. Before you go across the water to New Guinea, the very, very top of Australia. My people are the Gurung people of far northern Queensland. I always do the acknowledgement prayer here because I'm not from this place. And most people know that now. I usually do it as a prayer. So let us pray. Gracious, all-knowing God, Gracious, all-knowing God, sacred creator spirit of all things good, we acknowledge and thank you for the gift of this land we call Australia, the motherland of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples, the First Nations people of this land. We acknowledge and thank Aboriginal and Torres Strait Island peoples of the salt and freshwater places for caring for it all before and since 1788, and will continue to do so forever. Good Spirit, please guide us as we all work together with Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples to care for our lands and all its peoples. This acknowledgement prayer is said on the land of the Gadigal clan of the Eora Nation, the first Aboriginal people of this meeting place. Good Spirit, please continue to guide us and help us work together in mutual respectful relationships as we spiritually and physically nurture and grow loving kindness, joy and peace in amongst us and in the tensions of the times, of the present and future times. We offer this our prayer in the names of all faith traditions and all peoples of goodwill who call Australia home. Thank you.
Thank you, Auntie Pearl. It's a beautiful prayer. So I would like to invite now the Universal Peace Federation Youth Choir to sing a couple of songs. Let's welcome them.
change for once in my life. It's gonna feel real good, gonna make a difference, gonna make it right. As I turn off the collar on my favorite winter coat, this wind is blowing my mind. See the kids in the street with not enough to eat. Who am I to be blind, pretending not to see their needs? The summer's disregard, a broken bottle top, and a one-man store. They follow each other on the wind, you know, 'cause they got nowhere to go. That's why I want you to know I'm starting with the man in the mirror. I'm asking him to change his ways, and no message could have been any clearer. If you want to make the world a better place, take a look at yourself and then make a change. Na 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 na. I've been a victim of a selfish kind of love. It's time that I realize there are some with no home, not a nickel to loan. Could it be really me, pretending that they're not alone? A willow deeply scarred, somebody's broken heart, and a washed out dream. They follow the pattern of the wind, you see, 'cause they got no place to be. That's why I'm starting with me. I'm starting with the man in the mirror. I'm asking him to change his ways, and no message could have been any clearer. If you want to make the world a better place, take a look at yourself and make a change. I'm starting with the man in the mirror. I'm asking him to change his ways, and no message could have been any clearer. If you want to make the world a better place, take a look at yourself and then make that change. I'm starting with the man in the mirror. Oh yeah. I'm asking him to change his ways, and no message could have been any clearer. If you want to make the world a better place, take a look at yourself and then make that change. Na 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 na. Change.
We are all rooting for the ambassadors, youth ambassadors for peace, aren't we? We all come here to search for world peace, live it in our lives, and we have a presentation of how Universal Peace Federation is also trying to approach more peaceful approaches of all the fields in the society, the politics, the religion, the culture, so that we can settle the world in a peaceful way for our young people. Isn't it true? Okay? So let's have a look at the presentation video now.
Since its founding, the Universal Peace Federation has been deeply committed to building a world of peace. Thanks to the hard work of our international chapters and our partners, our presence and impact have continued to grow and develop.
This movement that the UPF has tried to put together in various nations, various regions, various continents, has now gained tremendous ground.
The UPF's International Leadership Conferences continue to inspire prominent figures with the founder's vision of one family under God. We hold seminars on good governance, human rights, character education, and the importance of spiritual values.
Thanking the sponsors, Universal Peace Federation, for putting together this really very important conference.
Universal Peace Federation is a committed, indefatigable, and steadfast friend of the United Nations and an advocate for family values.
The four main areas of UPF's work are interfaith dialogue, strengthening marriage and family, education, and service. In each of these areas, we aim to support and supplement the work of the United Nations and create networks of peace builders from all walks of life.
In the past year, UPF carried out thousands of programs in over 100 nations, many of them in support of the United Nations mission.
We are grateful that the region took upon themselves to celebrate and to augment the work of the United Nations.
You see women from Africa, from Asia, from Europe, the United States, from all over the world coming together, having the same goal, the same ideas, that we can make a difference.
UPF also organized a series of educational programs in support of strong marriages and healthy families, including a Family Day partnership with the United Nations Office of the Family.
In addition to our work as an NGO at the United Nations, we are working closely with the African Union. Each year in New York, we organize celebrations of Africa Day, and our chapters around the world organize their own programs.
I thank you very much, Universal Peace Federation, on this very happy Africa Day. Let us rededicate ourselves to our partnership in the pursuit of peace and progress for all Africa's people.
To mark the anniversary of the UPF founders' call for the creation of an interfaith council at the United Nations, UPF held a series of consultations on this issue.
Liberals and fundamentalists in all three faiths must build bridges and attempt to avoid future confrontations. An interreligious council at the UN could assist them by holding conferences, workshops, etc., designed to reduce tensions.
Interaction with religious leaders is very full of love and heart and a desire to inherit the rich tradition and cooperate, collaborate into doing something great.
Our Office of Peace and Security is addressing the interplay between hard power approaches to peace and soft power approaches that involve civil society, faith-based organizations, and Track 2 diplomacy.
I worked in the UN for more than 30 years. To see such a large effort from the grassroots to support the UN, I feel that to reach peace, it is possible in my lifetime.
They are calling each of us to look deep within ourselves, to reflect upon the world situation and how UPF can continue to be that agent of change that the world so desperately needs.
Yes, we all belong to this global people of peacemakers. So let's continue our hope and activities. So now I would like to invite the chairman of UPF Oceania. Just one second. I will give you a little introduction. So this is Mr. Yutaka Yamada. And he's a chairman of Universal Peace Federation Oceania. Before the appointment as a chairman of Universal Peace Federation Oceania, Mr. Yamada has served in various roles and responsibilities in the mission of peace building as a president of UPF Malaysia, director of youth leadership programs Asia, youth leader in Korea, and many more. Chairman Yamada has widely traveled around the world and trained thousands of youth. Chairman Yamada is happily married with 4 beautiful daughters. So let's warmly welcome Mr. Yamada.
Thank you, Mrs. Saira, for your sharing, introducing. And also thank you, our Auntie Paul, for your beautiful prayer for our ancestors. And also the Mr. Kingsley, thank you. And Professor Sherry Chan, and Dr. Andrew Fiona Ness, sorry. And also Emeritus Mayor Lee Lam, and also Mrs. Sophie York, Mr. Jake, and also later Council General of Iraq also come, and all our ambassadors for peace and the peacemakers, good morning. Thank you for coming this great conference. A very warm welcome to you all to our peace conference on the theme, Toward the World Culture of Peace. This conference is a joint initiative of the Universal Peace Federation and the Chinese People's Federation for World Peace. The conference will have 2 sessions. The first will explore the role of Chinese people in peace building. The second will focus on the peaceful reunification of the Korean Peninsula. So we know this area, the China or Korea or Russia or America, there are so many conflicts in the world. We are living in the chaotic times where conflicts and tensions are increasing in different parts of the world, as history attests. However, wars do not solve the fundamental problems, but instead cause immense suffering and pain. This peace conference will explore the principle of peace and good governance with a view to creating the environment for the peaceful resolution of conflicts and to avoid armed confrontations. The Universal Peace Federation, founded in 2005 by the late Reverend Dr. Sam Myung-boon and his wife, Dr. Hak Cha-han-boon, is an international and inter-religious network of individuals and organizations dedicated to achieving world peace. UPF's global network of ambassadors for peace and partners work collaboratively across all sectors of society to resolve conflicts and reconcile the divided human family. And also the Chinese People's Federation, I think some members also coming from Chinese People's Federation for World Peace. This is also founded by Dr. Hak Cha-han-boon in 2018, is an international network of individuals and groups who uphold and promote the broad understanding and modern application of the traditional Chinese virtues of filial piety and social harmony. Chinese People's Federation for World Peace explores how Chinese and Asian values can offer solutions to current family, social and world problems and conflict. Father and Mother Moon have dedicated their lives to teaching the path of living for the sake of others. They describe this as the practice of true love. As a basic principle, it applies not only to individuals, but to all levels, from the family to the society and to the nation. So our Universal Peace Federation vision is simple. Maybe you watch the video. Vision is one sentence: one family under God. Even your religion, maybe your religion is different. Some is Buddhist, some is Hindu, some is Muslim or Christian or even non-religious person, but everyone is the children or family under one parent. So we can say heavenly parent. You can say any name is okay. And especially, I know the Chinese culture, heaven is kind of the parents of humanity. Is it correct? More respect to heaven. More respect, maybe word is maybe different word, but parent. That's why you can say any kind of word. God or what? Jehovah or what kind of name you have? Many different name, but actually we are the brothers and sisters. So please see the person who are sitting beside of you. Can you feel they are the brothers and sisters or stranger? If we can feel everyone is my brother, my sister, my parents, or my children, then how we can create the war? How we can create a problem in this world? That's why our Universal Peace Federation or Father and Mother Moon is initiating how all brothers and sisters can come as one family under one parent or one God. So this is our vision. So through this peace conference, also we can discuss and we can create those beautiful network. And also not only actually conferences, not only today. There is also another program tomorrow. Do you know tomorrow's program? This is the Peace Road. So as far back as the early 1980s, they made the proposal for a truly revolutionary project for the sake of peace and human welfare. They proposed that instead of investing massive resources in weapons of war and destruction, that the world's government invest in the construction of the international highway system that would allow people to travel on land from Africa's Cape of Good Hope to Santiago, Chile, and from London to New York across the Bering Strait, connecting the world as a single community. This has become known as the Peace Road and will be explained in more detail later and will be celebrating tomorrow. That's why when we see the global map, there is America or South America and also the London and Africa. Can you drive by car from Africa until South America? Is possible or not? There is some kind of ocean. But Universal Peace Federation also initiating to connect Bering Strait between America and also Russia, this continent. If there is bridge there, then already you can drive from South America until Africa. Then all our nation will be connected by one road. This is the global initiative, and this is also the Peace Road project. I'm not sure Australia how they can come by car from America to here. So anyway, the will and the vision is same. How all nations can connect by one road, and we can create one global family. That's why today's peace conference is also sharing the peace and also initiative. That's why, as I mentioned, first session is centering on our Chinese culture in peace buildings. How much important nation China in the world, and there are many kind of great tradition to filial piety and respect the family. That's why you can enjoy and you can listen great message from the first session about the Chinese culture in building peace. And second session, we will talking about reunification between North and South Korea or Korean Peninsula. Maybe some of you doesn't relate directly to the Korean Peninsula. Korea is so far. But why we will talk about Korean Peninsula unification? Because North Korea and South Korea is some kind of the symbol or the representative of the battle in the world. The many battles centering on the 38 degree. That's why through making peace in Korean Peninsula, actually this can become the model for the world peace. That's why the founder, the Dr. Hak Chan-boon, is really initiating to fulfill the unification between North and South Korea. And we have today special guest. Our brother are here. The Mr. Jake actually was born in North Korea. And so he came out North Korea and get the Korean citizen and also now living in Australia. That's why his family is in North Korea and he know many situations. That's why through today's session, you can feel how we can create the peace. This is really whose role or who will do. We cannot wait someone who create the peace. Actually, we are the one who should become the owner to create the peace. That's why we are the ambassador for peace and we are the peacemaker. So today we have a great program until tomorrow. Please everyone join together, share your word, and have a great time. So thank you very much once again for joining today's conference. Have a great day. Thank you very much. 감사합니다.
Thank you, Mr. Yamada. That was we can reflect on all the words that he said and how we really desire, inside our hearts, we desire this world peace and the world that can have no borders. This is all of our dream. So we want to pass this for our young people, isn't it? Okay, let's give another warm hand to Reverend Yamada. And then I have an honor of just meeting first time today, Mr. Kinley Liu. And I heard something about you because you said you don't tell anything, but I found out. So you are the 4th generation Chinese Australian. Is that true? Yes, okay. You take that. And then Mr. Liu is Honorary President of Chinese Community Council of Australia and a great advocate for Chinese culture and for Chinese community here in Australia. So let's warmly welcome our new friend, Mr. Liu.
Thank you, Ayla, for your very nice introduction and checking me out. You should check out people before they get up on the podium. Anyway, I also say welcome everyone and thank you for being with us today. And we at the Chinese Community Council of Australia are honoured.
Beautiful video. Thank you so much. So let's invite again the youth choir here for another song. And after we are going to have lunch. So we go and serve ourselves one by one. So let's prepare to hear a beautiful song.
someday you'll join us, and the world will be as one. Imagine no possessions. I wonder if you can. No need for greed or hunger. A brotherhood of man. Imagine all the people sharing all the world. You may say I'm a dreamer, but I'm not the only one. I hope someday you'll join us, and the world will live as one. See the fire in the sky. We feel the beating of our hearts together. This is our time to rise above. We know the chance is here to live forever, for all time. Hand in hand we stand, all across the land. We can make this world a better place in which to live.
Thank you very much. And we felt an inspiration, one way or the other, the same song. So there must have been a deep inspiration about this Bill song. So, Her Excellency, welcome. We just started earlier. We know that you are very busy schedule. And Mayor Lim, thank you for coming. Yes. So now we break to the lunchtime. And we have all meals are halal, so you can serve yourself. So where we start from this table and can pick up lunch, and then next table and next table. So let's keep it this kind of rhythm. Okay. So bon appetit, and please. Go and have lunch. Yeah. Yes, hello. Are you enjoying your lunch? So just a small announcement, if I may. Many of you haven't registered, so we have a registration, maybe donation of $10 for this lunch. And if you kindly go and register yourself. And then there's a tea and coffee also in the other room. So please, if you like to have some tea and coffee. And I think we are starting in about 10 minutes because we started late, maybe half an hour late in the program. So maybe 10, 15 minutes maximum. So please help us to do another conference as well and register over there in the registration. I can do it for you. You don't have cash. Yeah, of course, the same. I don't know. I don't think we have. No one do that anymore. That's true. I pay yours. are the tables here. We have to start.
I put the Santos and he need to do it.
What does he? Is he now know that? Will
He
do that?
knows, but I don't know sometimes he's
You know, these are the these are things you cannot put him in charge of practical matters. I hope this will. Okay, 3 more minutes, and we'll start our first session. So please, if you need some coffee, tea, water, okay. Okay, let us start the first session, and I would like to invite Ms. Youngmin Yu as the moderator for the first session. Please, all the participants for the first session, please come up. So thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Youngmin, and it's my honor to moderate this first session, Chinese Culture in Peace Building. So first, I'd like to invite up the four speakers to take a seat on the panel. So Professor Shirley Chan, Dr. Andrew Theophanous, Emeritus Mayor Lee Lam, and Mr. Suntek Lim, please come forward and take a seat on the panel. Let's invite them up with a warm round of applause. Thank you for taking a seat. I will introduce to you our first speaker, Professor Shirley Chan. She's the Director of Chinese Studies at Macquarie University, where she has taught and researched Chinese philosophy, Chinese culture, and history since 2002. She graduated with a PhD in Chinese philosophy and a Master in International Studies from University of Sydney. Professor Chan's research has international standing, and she was invited to speak at other universities, television programs, and numerous international conferences. Dr. Chan has served on academic committees and international panels. Let us invite up Professor Chan with a round of applause.
Good afternoon. Thank you, a big thank you to everyone for coming here today, and also, of course, to the organizer for inviting me to give a talk on Chinese culture, or more specifically, Chinese philosophy of peace building. I think this is a very important topic, but I've got only 7 minutes to go, so I won't be able to go into a lot of these details. But let me start. In the 21st century, more than ever before, we are facing a series of crises in different forms. We just had a pandemic, of course. Before that, we had a financial crisis. We also experienced different forms of disasters in different parts of the world. So humankind at large has now concerned itself to a greater degree with strategies to manage crises, including political conflicts and wars, disasters, and various challenges. For individuals, it also means we have more people experience mental health problems. And while we are all making the efforts in grappling with existential anxiety and the human-related roles in securing or losing safety and peace, I would like to reflect on some kind of similar experiences in the Warring States period faced by ancient China. The Warring States period from 475 to 221 BCE, as its name suggested, was a time of great crisis, marked by almost constant wars, violence, political instability, and social upheaval with large scale of human sufferings. Individuals were fighting for power and material gains. The heads of the state waged wars for territory expansions. Sounds very familiar? People during the time doubted their future. And at the same time, many thinkers start to engage in strategic debates. All this includes Confucius, Lao Tzu, Mozi, and Sun Tzu, of course. The question is, what does Chinese philosophy or philosophies have to offer contemporary international relations, states, families, and individuals? Chinese philosophies, although they are very different in a lot of the thinking, strategies, and ideologies, they all share a very, very similar sort of solution and promotes harmony and peace. To begin with, we believe that humans are just a small part of nature. They should follow the way of nature, that is the balance and harmony that will form all things. We're not here to conquer the nature or to conquer other humans. Lao Tzu's philosophy, for example, focuses on being in harmony with nature, the universe, or what we call the Tao. People should follow the principles of nature, striving to conduct themselves in such a way that behavior will bring peace to the world by focusing on harmony with fellow humans and the natural universe. And for the Chinese people, it is called 天人合一, which means the human world and the external universe are united into one. To give you a small example as an individual, mental or physical health can be strengthened and life could be prolonged if one's yin and yang are in harmonious state. Disease, illness occurs if one's yin and yang are out of balance. Similarly, natural disasters, earthquakes, volcanoes, tornadoes, or hurricanes occur if the natural world is not in harmony, because one force is more powerful than the other. The most effective way to comprehend Taoism is probably focus on the metaphor that Lao Tzu is very keen on, and he used a lot in his very famous book called the Lao Tzu or the Tao Te Ching. That is water. Lao Tzu used water because he believed the leadership style of a sage should be like water, because water is one of the most nurturing elements, and yet it is altruistic. Water is also modest, flexible, clear, soft, and yet powerful. Taoism recognizes that the ultimate goal of every single human is to serve his people without the desire to gain for personal benefits. Now we come to Confucianism. If one word can characterize Confucianism, that's probably humanity. Humanity means the human efforts. He believed that, or Confucius believed that all of us plays a role in building a better community. And in one of the very famous Chinese or Confucian classics, The Great Learning, literally the Great Learning, 大学, or the same term used for university, is to cultivate oneself, regulate your family, rule the state, so that the world can be brought into peace. So ultimately, Confucian teaching is to promote the values, attitudes, institutions, and structures that create and sustain peaceful societies. It has something to say about the specific problems regarding nation states and modern societies. Firstly, I think education and good human relationships is such a central role in building a harmonious society. The state and the world is by extension a family. All members, of course, are capable to learn and cultivate to become a better person as a son, as a father, as a mother, as a daughter. If everyone is discharged with all these conducts, this world does not need any government of any form. By the same principle, a good leader is a leader of moral quality rather than based on military power and not even on material power. This is what termed by the Confucians the kingly way, the Wang Dao, not the Ba Dao hegemony. So I would like to end here that, yes, we're in a difficult time, but as humans, we are all capable to make this world a better place for everyone, and everyone has a role to play. So start with a very small action every day. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Chan, for that insightful message, despite being so short, so much to take away, including how important harmony is within ourselves and with nature, and also how we can live our lives in service for each other. The second speaker will be Dr. Andrew Theophanous. He was a member of the Federal Parliament for 20 years in the House of Representatives. During that time, he was chairman of the Joint Parliamentary Committee on Immigration. Later, he was also Assistant Minister to Prime Minister Keating, working on multicultural affairs. Dr. Andrew is the author of 3 books dealing with political philosophy and Australian politics. He has also written papers on world peace. Recently, Dr. Andrew has been most involved in lecturing in philosophy and writing a major book concerning the nature of the universe and the place of human beings in it. Let's welcome him up.
Put up the first one. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, and to the Honourable Consul General of Iraq, to the leaders of the 4 great organisations that are sponsoring this forum, to all the distinguished guests, and to all of you, ladies and gentlemen. It's my pleasure to be invited here by Mr. Sun to address you about world peace. Now, in my presentation today, I shall outline why world peace is a necessary goal for humanity, according to the great philosophers and to the major leaders of the world religions. My aim is to demonstrate that all human beings, when they are acting in a rational way and using their ability to reason logically, will come to the view that we must all pursue the goal of world peace. Pursuing world peace means that we must, in almost every situation, seek to avoid war. War is awful because it entails the killing of other human beings. To kill human beings is a morally evil action. This is because the human being is amazing and has a unique, special place in the whole of the universe itself. One of the greatest philosophers, Immanuel Kant, has given us the following statement: the pursuit of permanent peace is the highest goal of reason and a moral obligation. Kant demonstrated that to be a human person is an extraordinary situation which we all ought to treasure. And all persons are special because they have the incredible capacities when compared with all other beings in the universe. Every human being has free will and is able to make many decisions that impact on their own life, the lives of other persons, and the natural and social environment in which we live. Because of these capacities, humans have developed rich cultures, civilizations, including in the arts, literature, and the sciences. Thank you. Kant, in his huge philosophical contribution, further developed this idea, stating that we must all live our lives on the basis of respecting the uniqueness of other human beings as persons. He put forward the principle called the categorical imperative, which stated that all human beings, quote, so act as to treat humanity, whether in your own person or in that of any other person, always at the same time as an end and never merely as a means, unquote. This idea of treating persons as ends in themselves rather than simply as means is the fundamental principle of respect for persons. It is the principle of the moral equality of all persons, not in the sense that we all act morally the same, but rather that they all ought to be respected as persons and should not be treated as if they are objects which can be manipulated for our own ends. For Kant, the major respect that we can give other persons is to completely accept that they have the right to life. This means that we must extend to all people a number of human rights. Kant's ideas about those human rights have been incorporated into the United Nations Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Kant also stated that to respect every person's right to life means that war should be avoided in nearly all circumstances when the possibility of it arises, whether within our own society or in the international arena. Kant was writing 250 years ago. He was the first philosopher to write a book advocating world peace. It was called Perpetual Peace, and within it, he made several very important observations. For example, he said, in Perpetual Peace, Kant argues that the world peace is a realizable ideal, not merely some kind of utopian dream. However, Kant recognized that this situation was unlikely to be achieved in the near future in world history at that time. The reason is that rulers of all kinds often resort to war with other states in order to secure their own power. In so doing, they treat their subjects not as human beings deserving respect, but as ends to be used for their own purposes of the rulers. So, when people are used in this way, this is the most intolerable and immoral action which can be carried out against them because their lives become threatened. Kant states, quote, the practice of hiring men to kill or to be killed seems to imply a use of them as mere machines and instruments in the hands of another, namely the rulers of the state, which cannot easily be reconciled with the right of humanity in our own person. That's Kant. In order to secure world peace, Kant also stated, no state shall violently interfere with the constitution and administration of another. Kant was the first to outline the idea of a world body like the United Nations to preserve peace and prevent wars. He proposed, 1, the law of nations shall be founded on a federation of the states. Federation of the states. And 2, the rights of men, he means all citizens, as citizens of the world, shall be guaranteed. Those 2 things are the basis, of course, of the United Nations. 250 years ago, he was talking about this. Kant predicted that eventually there will be world peace in human history. Kant further develops this hope into a more positive prediction of the future of humanity in his great work called The Idea of a Universal History from the Cosmopolitan Point of View, published in 1784. Here Kant sets out the idea of world peace, of a world serving humanity at large. This, I see, is the most important contribution that can be made. Hence, several elements... Oh, I appear to be missing a page here. Okay. Well, here we are. Kant also stated some more things about how we achieve a universal peace and how we can have a body like what later became the UN, where all the governments are responsible for preserving peace and for treating all their citizens with fundamental human rights, and therefore he argued that this ideal of world peace can definitely be achieved. Now, given all of that, the next person that I want to talk about is Confucius. Now, Confucius, of course, was the great Chinese philosopher, and I noticed that the intention of this conference is to ensure that people especially the people from China and from Korea will be working to world peace. In this respect, I think Professor Chan before spoke a bit about Confucius, and I think that I may have a couple of more quotations from Confucius. Oh, there he is up there. Confucius supported peace very strongly. He believed in the necessity to treat all human beings with dignity and respect. Thus, he was one of the earliest proponents of the golden rule of morality. There it is in Chinese. What you do not wish for yourself, do not do to others. For Confucius, the promotion of the golden rule in all respects of life and all groups of society, including the rulers, was absolutely critical for the progress of humanity itself. Confucius noted that aggressive war against others was the clearest example of breaking the golden rule. The historian Karen Armstrong, commenting on Confucius' political philosophy, explains his views on war so: if the prince behaved towards other rulers and states in this way, with goodness, there could be no brutal wars. The golden rule will make it impossible to invade or devastate somebody else's territory, because no prince would like this to happen to his state. Rulers should not exploit the common people. That was the views of Confucius. And so the golden rule was very fundamental, and the golden rule tells us that we should treat others like we treat ourselves, and that golden rule applied universally means no war, world peace. That's Confucius. So, furthermore, Confucius believed that the forces of heaven are directed towards understanding and implementing the truth in the whole universe. And in implementing truth, of course, when we're looking at implementing truth, then obviously, philosophically, that means that what I was just talking about before is truth. Is truth, is philosophical truth about the universe. And therefore, world peace is part of the truth of what we should be pursuing. Now, of course, Professor Grace also mentioned his views on education. And of course, truth has got a lot to do with what we can achieve through education. The pursuit of truth leads us to consider a major feature of the ideas of Confucius, the strong support of the importance of education. For there to be greater unity in humanity and the prospect for a permanent peace, it is critical that the right kind of education be provided to people. Education should teach children to search for the truth. And he goes on to talk about how education should not be simply giving students facts, but teaching them critical analysis, philosophical analysis, the capacity to think. That's Confucius. And in so doing, of course, they will come to understand the importance of truth and the importance of world peace. Indeed, philosophy itself should focus, in my view, on a great understanding of truth as the basis of social justice in all societies, something which he also and throughout the world. There is no doubt, in my view, that if Confucius were alive today, he would strongly advocate for world peace. So, next I want to talk about the Buddha. Now, I want to talk about the Buddha because Buddhism was one of the main religions of China for hundreds of years. And I think, and also throughout, I think also in countries like Korea, etc. And so Buddhism is very important. And so the Buddha himself had a lot to say about peace and about not killing people. In the case of Buddhism, several authors have written about the contribution of the Buddha to the pursuit of world peace throughout humanity. For example, there's a great book by Graham Lyle, Buddhism and the Future of Humanity. And he says this: the values of Buddhism can permeate the world like the perfume of incense permeates the temple, and we together can create a world free of greed and hatred. The suffering of the world, whether it be through war, famine, or other natural disasters, must become our concern. We must look for inspiration and vow not to rest until we have offered ourselves to serve humanity and relieve its suffering. Not only must we cultivate ourselves spiritually, but we must dedicate ourselves to actively serving humanity at large. This, I see, is the most important contribution that Buddhism can make to the future of the world. And he gives examples from the writings of Buddha which illustrate these points. Next. Now, of course, Jesus, Christianity is one of the other major religions of the world, having nearly 2 billion people supporting it. Now, Jesus himself, in the New Testament, tells us of the importance of peace. It's very important, peace, in his teachings. For example, in Matthew 5:9 in the New Testament, he says, "Blessed are the peacemakers, for they shall be called the children of God." In Romans 12:18, we are told, if it is possible, as far as it depends on you, live in peace with everyone. In Ephesians 2:15, these are all books of the New Testament, there is a clear reference to world peace. His purpose was to create in himself a new humanity out of the two, thus making peace in the world. That's the writer of Ephesians says about Jesus. Furthermore, it is made clear that the Christian God himself is a God of peace. Thus, in 2 Corinthians 13:11, St. Paul says, encourage one another, be of one mind, live in peace, and the God of love and peace will be with you. Ladies and gentlemen, throughout my life, and as a member of the Australian Parliament for 21 years, I have worked to promote the policies of multiculturalism in Australia and in other nations. A large book which I wrote on the philosophy of multiculturalism and its applications in Australia was launched by the then Prime Minister Paul Keating in Parliament House, Canberra. After I left Parliament, I presented a series of papers at the University of Melbourne about the application of multiculturalism to uniting the countries of Europe. My aim throughout has been to illustrate that multiculturalism as a policy and philosophy is a very important instrument in achieving harmony amongst the peoples of the world and thereby supporting world peace. This is the book. And there's me with Prime Minister Keating launching the book. So, younger age, but the book has been used in universities, referred to by many academics in their comments. Thank you very much for attending. Here's to world peace.
Thank you, Dr. Andrew. Thank you for the philosophical perspectives on world peace. And I didn't mention before, but I myself am a teacher, so I pledge to educate the future generations about the importance of the pursuit of peace and critical thinking to build that. The third speaker will be Emeritus Mayor Lee Lam. She is a 4-time mayor of Auburn City Council and is the chairperson of Auburn Asian Welfare Center. Established in 1989, Auburn Asian Welfare Center aims to help all peoples of Asian backgrounds to achieve successful settlement and equality of life in Australia. They provide services to the local community with a particular focus on Chinese-speaking residents in Auburn and neighboring areas. Let's welcome her up.
Firstly, I'd like to acknowledge the traditional owner of the past, present, and continue the custodian of this land. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and it's good to see so many old friends that I haven't seen for a long time. Good afternoon. I sincerely thank Mr. Sun Lim, President of Chinese People's Federation for World Peace, Australia, and Mr. John Adamadas, President of Universe Peace Federation, Australia, for the invitation and allowing me to speak a few words. It is with great honor that I stand before you as we gather to discuss the topics of utmost importance towards a world culture of peace. These events mark a significant steps towards fostering harmony and unity in our troubled world. In the midst of today's chaotic times, as conflicts and tension continue to plague our nations and societies, the urgent need for peace has never been clearer. The recent outbreak of conflicts in Ukraine serves as a stark reminder that despite the efforts of organizations like the United Nations, our dream of a peaceful world remains distant. We are witnesses to escalating tensions in the regions such as the Korean Peninsula, the Taiwan Strait, as our previous speaker have mentioned, and the South China Sea as well. However, we must remember that history has repeatedly shown us that tremendous suffering and pain upon innocent lives. Our Peace Conference 2023 has a noble purpose: to divert into principles of peace and good governance, ultimately creating an environment conducive to resolving conflicts peacefully and preventing armed confrontations. The Chinese People's Peace Federation for the World Peace Australia stands as a beacon of hope, a network of individuals and groups who are committed to upholding and promoting the time-honored Chinese virtues of filial piety and social harmony, which is our previous speaker have also mentioned Confucius, and our friends earlier have mentioned the philosopher Kant, have the same as Golden Rule. So these virtues transcend cultural boundaries, and they resonate with our shared human design for peace and coexistence. For everyone here today, I urge you to embrace the spirit of this conference and the theme that binds us towards a world culture of peace. Let us recognize our shared humanity, our shared visions for world peace, and our shared responsibilities to leave a legacy of harmony for future generations. Every step we take, every dialogue we initiate, and every ounce of effort we delegate towards peace is a step closer to a brighter future. And let us embark on this journey together, transcending differences and working towards a world where the culture of peace prevails. So once again, thanks so much for inviting me, and wish everyone have a wonderful afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Lam. I couldn't agree more with the notion that we all have a responsibility in building peace. And for the last speaker, I'd like to invite up Mr. Sun Tek Lim, who is the president of the Chinese People's Federation for World Peace Australia and one of the main organizers for this event. Let's invite him up.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. We already have 3 speakers before, and I would like to just highlight the main points. Today you come to know Chinese People Federation for World Peace. It was inaugurated here in Sydney on October 2019. So just a few years, this period. And you might wonder why we have Chinese People Federation for World Peace. As highlighted by Li Lam, the speaker, regarding the current world affair. As we know, we are living not in a peaceful world. We see the conflict in Ukraine. We also see tension in our region, Asia-Pacific region, and with the rise of China and security competition in this area. So we truly need to find a way to peace. And today we want to highlight that Chinese culture, where it cherishes the traditional family values, is an important step, is an important values that Chinese people have been building on and need to continue to build based on these family values. We have speaker talk about philosopher Immanuel Kant, and Kant emphasized the importance of human rights, and that is important for building the nation. But to secure peace, to realize peace for the future, we need a set of values, and that values is the family values. And in the Chinese People Federation, we have activities that really promote on this family value, especially filial piety. You might have heard about filial piety. In Australia, some student told me that they haven't heard filial piety in the school, filial piety. Filial piety means honoring one's parents, honoring one's elders. So our activities are centering on those values, and to provide that vision and for the people of Chinese people with the Chinese, that is the core of what we are bringing and what we can build upon peace. So due to time, I will not go lengthy, but I like to highlight these are the core values of Chinese People Federation. First, respect for heaven and love people, filial piety in the family, integrity and loyalty, and mutual benefit and harmonious society. So it begins from that family. There's a saying from Confucius that all the goodness, there are a lot of goodness in the world, but the first of all is filial piety. Honoring our parents is one of the building blocks in the family and how we can realize world peace eventually, okay? So we have inauguration around the world, beginning from Hong Kong, moving on to Taiwan, and to Indonesia, to Australia, to Japan. Just going through quickly. And then this is the first Chinese World Assembly. It took place in Taiwan, this one, and was inaugurated by the founder, Hak Ja Han Moon. Okay. So every 2 years, there will be this World Assembly. The first was in Taiwan, and the second was in Malaysia. And this time, third one will be in Yokohama in Japan. Okay. So from around the world, Chinese people, there are many Chinese people in the world. And if all these Chinese gather together, promoting world peace, that will be a very strong force. And in this region of Asia Pacific, China has a very important role in realizing peace, especially in the current world affair. So with these activities, with China around the world, we are working towards a peace rather than a conflict and a war. And recently we had a leadership conference in Hong Kong. And in this leadership conference, all the leaders come together, and again, we share these important values and how we can activate our activities throughout the world, okay? Where there are Chinese people, and how Chinese people can play that role in the local society, such as in Australia, in America, and Canada, and around the world. So these filial piety activities, this Mr. Noguchi, he is a prominent professor, scholar in Japan. He said after the Second World War in Japan, Japan lost this education of morality, especially filial piety, okay? And as Japan developed, they couldn't uphold this value, and also couldn't share this value in the school. As a result, current society, they face a lot of moral difficulties and moral decadence in the society. So he was so inspired and happy to found this organization that talk about filial piety. And they have this competition in high school with filial piety writing, because everyone have a letter to the parents, okay? So this is a competition, writing competition, where everyone write a letter to the parents, okay, to express your filial heart to your parents. And they collect, and then have like a winners. So they collected many writing from many schools, and finally they put into a book. And this is a book they compile together, and they sell this book in Japan, Amazon, and became the top 5 book in Amazon, Japan. So, and then Japanese people come to find this is such an important value for our society, filial piety. Okay, and this is in Hong Kong, in Canada, in New York. Yeah, here in Australia also, we have this filial piety writing competition, which we do 2 years, and we are going to do it this year again in October, filial piety writing competition. And this is an upcoming event in Japan. It will be in Yokohama in October. So with that, I just conclude and look forward to work together. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lim. And thank you for all the speakers in sharing about what we can take away from the philosophers, the people, and the culture of China in peace building. I feel as though we're more equipped on how we can create peace within us and around us. So let's give another round of applause to the panelists as they take their seats. Yep, please take your seat again, and I'd like to pass it back to our MC. Thank you. Oh, I forgot, yes. We have a couple of tokens of gratitude for the speakers. Thank you. And now passing it back to our MC.
Okay, thank you. Well, let's give a warm hand again for everybody. It's wonderful to hear all world cultures coming together. So this time we are going to celebrate filial piety and offer some awards for the ones that really vow for filial piety. I would like to invite Brigitte Xu here, first awardee. I know. I'm going to introduce you first. So stand here. You can stand here with me. So Brigitte writes, Brigitte is from China, and at the moment she's a product manager in a home appliance company. And Brigitte tells us that she practices filial piety with her parents and grandparents, and we have seen the parents here, and there's a wonderful relationship. And she says she believes family is the place of love, harmony, understanding, and supportiveness. So practicing filial piety at home helps to train her personality a lot. It helps Brigitte to become more patient, tolerant, understanding, loving, caring, and caring person. Out of all kindness, filial piety comes first, Brigitte says. Okay. So this is the award for Brigitte. So next awardee for filial piety is Mr. Johnny Leong. So this is a long, maybe easier for you to tell, but anyway. So I read a little bit about John's young and long career. So the recipient, the prestigious Ambassadors for Filial Piety Award for Chinese People's Federation for World Peace and International Peace Federation. Johnny's journey became with solid foundation of education, culminating a Bachelor of International Business degree. This academic achievement would lay the crown foundation to journey for transcend borders and embraces the essence of cultural exchange. And upon graduating, he ventured to China, to Hong Kong, and he established, after a journey coming back from China, 2017, he established a dance kids program. So this program that breathed the new life into traditional art from lion dance. This fusion of tradition and modern pedagogy underscores the commitment of preserving ancient values and manner that resonate today's audience. John is not only torchbearer of culture, but also catalyst for collaboration. His role of Vice President of Australian Yangon Mun Chinese Martial Arts Association pays homage to his family legacy. And Johnny has been in many TV programs, and let me just see, and then in the words of John Leong, life is filled with misunderstandings, arguments, and fractions, yet it is crucial to cherish those closest to us. Through this commitment to filial piety offers a compelling message of hope, that nurturing relationships and embracing our cultural legacies can pave the way for a more harmonious and connected world. So let's give a word and thank you for your hard work for the filial piety. So that is wonderful to, even in older culture, I'm also quite old, so we had a high respect of our elders and in my culture, and it is so wonderful to bring up this as the theme for all cultures, that we should respect our elders, we should love our children, and love each other as brothers and sisters. So now there is a congratulatory word for all these recipients. Miss Daphne Low Kelly, Chairman of Museum of Chinese in Australia and Treasurer of Chinese Community Council Australia. Please let's us welcome her. Thank you.
I am really very pleased to be present at this peace conference. Some of you may know that I was originally born in New Zealand of Chinese parents. My grandfather actually came to Australia back in the 1890s, and when my father wanted to come to Australia in the 1920s, unfortunately the White Australia policy was in place. However, he did manage to get a passage to New Zealand, and hence I can say I'm Kiwi born but spent most of my life here in Australia. Now, peace is something that I value very highly, and also growing up in a very traditional Chinese family, the concept of the filial piety was something that was not lost on me. Maybe as children growing up in a Western country, we sometimes maybe felt that the parents had a little bit too much power. However, we also recognised the contributions and everything that parents did for their children. Not only was there that generation, but some of you know that in 1958, our family actually went to China. And the main reason to going to China was because of filial piety. That was because my paternal grandmother, that's my father's mother, and also my mother's aunt, who was the sister of the grandfather who came to Australia in the 1890s. They were still alive. They were in their late 70s, and it was my parents' wish that their children should meet the surviving elders in the family. So when I was asked to make a few comments today, and certainly I congratulate both Bridget and Johnny on their ambassadors as ambassadors of filial piety, but I also just want to stress that what everyone else has said today, and basically that war is not the way for peace. It definitely is not. I, from my younger days, do recall doing a little bit of activism. I remember in the times when the Vietnam War was on, and I think I was one of those student protesters, right, against war. Somehow, listening to our speakers today, and so many wonderful people, philosophers and everyday people, who have been promoting peace way back. So why is it that us humans have never learnt that peace is a way to go for every human being, and that war and trying to control others definitely is not? Now, I was only to make a few short comments. I probably could go on for a lot longer, but I do appreciate the fact that this peace conference has taken place. Just one other thing I want to add. I worked as a teacher for a number of years, and then I worked in the travel and tourism industry. And in the travel and tourism industry, there was a wonderful organization called the International Institute for Peace Through Tourism. The main aim being that every potential traveller could be a traveller for peace. And back in after I went to a conference in Jordan in 2000, in 2001, the Australian chapter, and I was one of the co-founders of that chapter, of an Australian chapter of the International Institute for Peace Through Tourism. They do have a website, iopt.org, and I just thought I'd mention that because peace is something which, through my long life, and I'm getting towards the end of it now, but I certainly look forward to better times, especially for our younger generations, and that we must keep on trying. So thank you, everyone, for everything that you've had to say. Congratulations to our ambassadors, and let's keep on, trying to find world peace. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Another warm hand for your beautiful remarks. So just quickly, we are going to have a group photo this time. Do we have a cameraman here? And then we are going to have just a short tea break. And you can have something to drink, or maybe take a little 5 minutes, 10 minutes, because we are a little bit behind our schedule. And then we start the second peaceful reunification of Korean Peninsula, the second chapter for today's meeting conference. Okay. So smile, everybody happy. Okay, tea break for 10 minutes.
Yeah, come here, I'll take.
After the
Oh, you
Come sit too.
yeah, okay.
And then
Second session. Okay, did you have a nice tea break? All right. Okay, let's settle back, and I would like to invite it's okay. The second participants of the second session, the moderator and the speakers. Yeah, please come on the stage. The moderator and the speakers for the second session.
Yes, thank you, everyone. I am pleased to be the moderator for the second session today. I hope everyone was able to have a good break, and if I could also invite our speaker, Ms. Sophie York, to come up on stage, then we can get the second session underway, and hopefully we'll be able to resume shortly. Okay, so without further ado, the second session will be in regards to the peaceful reunification of the Korean Peninsula. Now, we do have three speakers prepared here for you today. They will each speak and share from a different viewpoint, and we hope that this can really be informative, academic, but also we do have a speaker who will speak from his own experience. So I'd like to introduce our first speaker, Ms. Sophie York. She is a barrister and legal philosopher who lectures in both jurisprudence and legal ethics at the Faculty of Law at the University of Sydney. She is an officer in the Royal Australian Naval Legal Reserves, an author and a public speaker. Today she'll be sharing with us, she'll be sharing her message online or on the screen. So let us welcome up Ms. Sophie York.
Of UPF Australia and Greg Stone of UPF Asia Pacific for the opportunity to speak. To all those listening, good day to all of you. Thank you for participating in this important effort. Please note that I speak in my own right and not on behalf of any organisation. I will refer to the Democratic People's Republic of Korea as North Korea and the Republic of Korea as South Korea. As each year passes, we all hope that the reunification of the Korean Peninsula becomes closer to reality. I was very delighted to travel to the UPF's World Summit in 2020 in South Korea, and I had the chance to visit the DMZ, otherwise known as the Joint Security Area of JSA, or the Sampal-Sun, the 3-8 line, the 38th parallel. A product of 158 meetings, the Korean armistice was signed on the 27th of July 1953. It was negotiated between the USSR and the USA, and it was signed by the Commander-in-Chief of the United Nations Command on the one hand, William K. Harrison Jr., and the Supreme Commander of the Korean People's Army, together with the Chinese People Volunteers, Nam-il, on the other. I had time to reflect at the DMZ and what it actually signifies. Peace, yes. End to carnage, yes. But end to free choice also. The decision that divided millions of people, everyday people and their families, and about which such a momentous decision had been made and they had no choice. The visual contrast itself, there at the DMZ between the north with its cold sparsity and rather ominous mystique, and the south with its colour and freedom and abundance, it could not be more stark. World War II, as we know, was unimaginably ghastly for the entire world, but the fallout on the Korean Peninsula was immense and it's ongoing. It remains a nation divided. The reality is that all nations have sorrow in their histories. Many people have deeply personal grief accounts too, and part of the recovery process has been to acknowledge the wrongs done, receive the genuine apology and reparations with good grace, if obtained, if offered and obtained, take the lessons learned and look forward with forgiveness and optimism and action to a bright future. So why reunify at all? Well, for the people of the North, it's a way out of poverty, it's the chance to have a free, fulfilling life, and for the people of the South, it's a diffusing of a potential threat, and it's also the opening up of opportunities. And for both, it could be a great chapter of peaceful cooperation which brings together long separated fellow country folk. It's an exciting prospect. It could be wonderful. When Germany was reunited in 1990, there were some comparable marked differences between East and West, culturally, politically, economically, and that had developed over even just 28 years of separation. So the West had advanced in multiple fields of research and technology, and the East was poor and lagging behind. Almost all East German infrastructure was, from roads to rail, was in a state of disrepair, and attitudes were a hurdle. So Germans are renowned for being hardworking, and the Easterners had to contend with being regarded as lazy opportunists because they'd fallen behind due to the harsh system under which they'd been living. The world itself was concerned. Would reunification slow Germany down, or would it actually make it rise to be even more indomitable? So, you know, what attitudes will have been generated in North Korea over the years with communications so tightly controlled against the outside world? North Koreans would know that in times of famine, of course, food is trucked in from a concerned, generous South. What about the South? Does it need to reinvigorate a dulled impetus in its younger generation? Do they yearn for reunification? Will they drive it? It's only to be expected that the separation between North and South Korea will be more significant than Germany's, given the greater elapse of time, 70 years. But Germany shows that reunification is possible and that it can be highly successful. North and South Korea have an important common racial heritage. They speak the same language. There are institutions and character traits and societal customs and mores, history, familial relational bonds. These all run deep. As Francis Nigel Lee notes in his book, The Central Significance of Culture, there is a universal culture pattern which is established whenever a group of people share the same institutions and ways of life, and one could expect when they're separated that some differences would develop. The Germans had West German Chancellor Helmut Kohl's 10-point plan for unity, and it worked. And even if South Korea's Nobel Prize-winning plan, the fanfare of the Sunshine Policy has dwindled somewhat, these types of initiatives still need to take place. The approach of success comes first, then success itself. In any relationship where there's been a massive rift, even after there's a truce, it still takes time and trust to develop for the rift to be fully healed. So if there is respect and there is a goal for a conjoining and to have one flourishing, peaceful country, then terms need to be drafted to reflect the spirit of the Union, and the most important topics will be individual freedom and national governance. How can it be ensured that a unified Korean peninsula ends up free and does not end up simply resembling the political makeup of its powerful neighbours, China and Russia? How do we ensure that this reunification does not simply bring about major economic development to those powers and possibly to an elite group in business and politics, rather than bringing quality of life to everyday people? America, of course, has ongoing interests in the South. It's understandably careful in relation to the North. South Korea is home to a significant deployment of US troops. North Korea has a large standing army, and it has an array of significant armaments, including nuclear. So how will all this work? Some people hold that the main obstacle actually is China. China is the obstacle to reunification because it doesn't want a free Korea on its doorstep and feels that it would be a proxy for perhaps American power. But others postulate that the US is posing an obstacle because it fears losing a major military customer in South Korea if North Korea is no longer a threat. Yet, is that view feasible? I mean, even a reunified Korean peninsula would still need defence capabilities against outside threats to the Korean peninsula. The reunification of North and South Korea must have a plan with a vision. What will reunification look like? There needs to be a firm but enforceable agreement that people will want to live and they'll want it to succeed. There will be that drive for it to succeed. The plan must include respect for human freedom, mechanisms for dispute resolution, consequences for breach, and stakes that favour compliance. It's got to have that inbuilt energy that will make it work. It will need immense goodwill, and it must engage outside nations in support, but most importantly, it mustn't allow outside forces with agendas to create proxies that manipulate or undermine the process and divide a sovereign nation, because that's what it'll be. That, you know, a beautifully united country that's finally bringing together its halves and becoming truly fulfilled and free. John Milbank, in his Ontology of Peace, points out that peace is achieved not by domination of one over another, but by allowing space for each other, to live alongside each other. This reunification project will take love and leadership and longevity of effort. The idea is strong. The time has come. It must happen. May God guide and bless this peaceful reunification. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Let's give Ms. Sophie York another round of applause. Yeah, I really appreciated her sharing of the view of the reunification of the Korean Peninsula, taking the example of the unification of Germany, especially given that I was born in Germany and I did my university degree in Korea, and so I could see really where we can take some examples of the German unification and how we can apply that to the Korean Peninsula. But also, she really articulated it very well from a very holistic view, that it's not just something from a political standpoint that unification has to come, but really to care for the people and to care for the individual freedom. So I really appreciate her view. Next, for our second speaker, so I'd like to introduce you, Mr. Jake. So Mr. Jake is a defector from North Korea. So he escaped North Korea when he was 23 years old. His original hometown is Hangyeong-namdo, Hamhung-si, Hungnam-guyok. And due to the current situation with North Korea, and because things can still be a little bit touchy, I know we do have some participants who are online. Essentially, we will be asking not to take any pictures, or even if you do have any pictures with him or any kind of video footage, we ask you that you don't put it up online, because we don't want to create any further issues, especially for him, nor for his families, and so we do ask for your understanding in that regards. So the other thing, Mr. Jake, he will be sharing with all of you in Korean, so I will be helping to translate his view. So let's all welcome Mr. Jake.
안녕하세요.
Good morning.
이 시간을 저에게 허락해 주셔서 감사합니다.
Thank you so much for allowing me this opportunity to speak in front of you.
저는 2003년도에 이제 조선민주주의 인민공화국 함경북도 온성 남양구라는 데를 있는 두만강을 수영을 하여 건너서 이제 중국을 갔습니다.
So in 2003, I left North Korea from a place called Hanyang, and I swam across the waters to go into China.
그리고 이제 중국에서 이제 몽골을 가는 이제 사막을 건너가지고 몽골을 갔습니다.
And then from China, I took a course that crossed the desert to go into Mongolia.
이렇게 가게 된 이유는 저는 할아버지 할머니 고향이 남조선입니다.
So the reason that I left, actually, my grandparents, their hometown is South Korea.
6.25 전쟁 때 이제 북으로 가신 거죠.
So they went to North Korea during the Korean War.
제가 이렇게 가게 된 이제 이유는 그건데 이제 저희 집안이 이제 남한 출신이다 보니까 북에서 이제 항상 감시 대상으로 살았습니다.
So because my grandparents, their origin is from South Korea, me myself, even though I was born in North Korea, we lived in an area or a suburb where we were always under watch by the government.
몽골을 가가지고 이제 2003년도에 이제 한국으로 왔습니다.
So after I left Mongolia, then through Mongolia, I was able to go to South Korea.
이제 한국에 왔는데 한국에서 이제 많은 조사 기관에서 조사를 거치고 이제 한국 사회에 나왔습니다.
So after I arrived in South Korea, they underwent a lot of investigation, obviously due to my background. And after a series of lengthy investigations, I was able to enter into the South Korean society.
제가 한국을 올 수밖에 없는 이유는 이제 대한민국 정부에서 북한에서 태어난 사람은 한국 정부에서 다 받는다고 하여 이제 한국으로 간 것입니다.
So the reason why I chose to go to South Korea specifically was because the South Korean government had laid out a policy that they will accept anyone born in North Korea as a citizen of South Korea.
저는 솔직히 한국에 가기 싫었습니다.
To be honest, I actually didn't want to go to South Korea.
왜냐면 북한도 그렇고 한국도 그렇고 이제 항상 전쟁의 이런 분위기 속에서 살아가니까 그게 싫었습니다.
The reason for that is because both North Korea and South Korea is always in a perpetual state of war or fighting conflict between each other.
남북한은 지금까지 71년 동안을 종전이 아니고 휴전으로 지금 지내고 있습니다.
So the South Korea is currently, for the last 71 years, it's not finished the war. It hasn't finished the war between North and South Korea, but they're in a what's the word? Armistice. Thank you.
그래서 이제 한국을 더더욱 가기 싫었던 거고요. 그리고 제가 이제 한국으로 갈 수밖에 없는 선택지가 없는 거죠.
However, because I didn't have any other choice in terms of choosing a country to go to, which is why I ended up going to South Korea.
그래 이제 한국에 와가지고 살면서 저는 이제 한국에 어떤 기반이 없으니까 대학을 갔습니다.
So when I arrived in South Korea, because I didn't have any kind of foundation there, I entered into a university in South Korea.
저는 조상들은 한국 사람인데 저는 고향이 이제 북조선이니까 한국 사람들이 저에 대한 시각이 안경을 끼고 보는 저를 경향이 많았습니다.
So because my origin, because I came from North Korea, even though when I arrived in South Korea, the people and the other students that were around me, they looked through a different colored lens.
매스컴으로 이제 남북이 사이가 안 좋고 정치적인 문제가 생길 때마다 이제 저를 많은 질문을 하고 저한테 또 이제 너도 혹시 아니냐 뭐 어떤 간첩이라던가 남북이 군사적인 충돌이 생기면 저한테 많은 질문들이 와요.
So an example of that is whenever through the media the relation between North and South Korea took a turn for the worse, I received a lot of questions from those around me. They would ask me questions about North Korea, and they would also ask me, say, aren't you also a spy? Are you sure, that you ran away? And they would essentially confront me in such a way.
그게 너무 싫어서 호주로 왔습니다.
And due to that difficulty, I eventually decided that I wanted to come to Australia.
여기 와서 그냥 모든 생각 버리고 그냥 일하면서 지금은 그렇게 살고 있고요.
So I wanted to essentially escape from that difficulty of living in South Korea and just put all of that behind me and start a new life where I don't have to worry about those things and just live my life here.
제가 이 자리를 나온 거는 통일의 어떤 작게나마 보탬이 될 수 있다면 그런 마음가짐으로 나온 겁니다.
And the reason that I came out here to speak in front of all of you today is because if this, by me sharing my story in front of you, can help even in a small way for the unification or for the peaceful unification of the Korean Peninsula, then I would gladly, help make that small contribution.
이쪽에서 행복하게 사니까 고향이 더 그리운 것 같습니다.
As I live here quite happily, I come to notice that I come to miss my hometown even more.
그러니까 뭐 정치적인 이념을 떠나서 어릴 때 자라고 이제 그런 우정이 깃든 곳이고 한마디로 말하면 표현할 수 없습니다. 그런 마음가짐을 모르는 분들을.
So, not taking any kind of political stance, really the reason that I miss my hometown and miss my country is because it's where I grew up and I have memories in that place, and that kind of is an indescribable feeling of wanting to go home.
저는 고향 땅에 제 형제와 친척들 다 아직 북조선에 살고 있습니다.
So I still have my siblings and I still have relatives who are living in North Korea.
제가 23살에 이제 북한을 떠났지만 언제 이제 다시 만날 수 있을까? 그런 날이 오기를 바라면서 오늘 이 자리에 나왔습니다.
So I left the North when I was 23 years old. However, with the heart of, with the mind of thinking, will there be a day when I'm able to see my family again? With that kind of heart, I stand in front of you today.
아무튼 순서 없이 무슨 말을 어떻게 해야 될지 잘 모르겠습니다.
I don't really know what to share with all of you here today.
어디서부터 어떻게 얘기를 해야 될지 너무나도 짧은 시간에 저한테 이런 시간이 주어져 가지고 솔직히 잘 얘기를 못 하겠습니다.
To be honest, I'm at a loss for words in sharing my heart or my experience in such a short amount of time.
다음에 기회가 되면 좀 더 정확하게 디테일하게 해가지고 다음에 저한테 다시 이런 기회를 한번 주시면 다음에 좀 더 디테일하게 구체적으로 얘기해 드리겠습니다.
So if I am perhaps given another opportunity and another time where I'm able to better convey my heart and in a little bit more detail the experiences and the course that I had gone through, then I would wish to share with you again at another time.
그냥 오늘 하고 싶은 얘기는 그냥 통일을 해야 된다. 근데 이 통일이라는 게 너무 넓어요.
So when I think of today's message in terms of unification of Korea, the concept of unification itself is actually really so broad.
그냥 한마디로 말하면 그냥 가족이 있고 고향이기 때문에 더더욱 통일을 해야 된다고 생각합니다.
So for me, if I were to summarize it in one word, I desire the unification of the Korean Peninsula because I have family there.
이상입니다.
That is all.
죄송합니다.
Sorry and thank you. Thank you again, Jake. And yes, let's please give him another round of applause. Yeah, I really think that these kind of experiences and these stories that we're able to hear from people who've come from North Korea are really so precious and eye-opening in a lot of ways, because we can only guess what things are like in North Korea, whereas someone may have 20, 30 years worth of experience of living their life there and really understanding what the North Korean people think and feel and how they think and feel when they do come to the South, and also the painful experiences of living in South Korea in a divided nation is actually also just as difficult. And so I think they really are, these stories really become more reason for the unification of the Korean Peninsula to have to occur. Next, I'd like to introduce our third speaker, Mr. Santosh Nupane. He is the Vice President of the UPF in New South Wales, and he is also one of the main organizers of this peace conference. He is a brother that studied together with me in South Korea as well, so please let us welcome Mr. Santosh.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I want to acknowledge the presence of Mr. Yutaka Yamada, the chairman of Universal Peace Federation here, Mr. Greg Stone, the Secretary General of Universal Peace Federation Oceania here, Mr. John Adamides, the president of Universal Peace Federation, our dear sister, the Consul General of Iraq here in Sydney. We have representatives from different organizations. We have the veteran mayor from Auburn, Women's Federation president for NSW. We have Mr. Ghassan is telling that he's telling I'm also here. Yes, Mr. Ghassan, a very well-known social worker of Iraqi Renaissance, one of the partner organizations for this today's peace conference. President of Iraqi Renaissance, Mr. Ghassan is here. We have Suntek Lim, the president for Chinese People's Federation. It's a great pleasure that we are concluding today's program. We are concluding only today's program, but still we have something to do tomorrow. So my mission today, the first speaker of this session, Sophie York, spoke something from academic perspective, something from philosophical perspective. Mr. Jack spoke more emotional perspective, more artistic perspective. So I'll be more speaking on informative perspective. I know we know about the Korea before the division. We know Korea after the division. We know what is happening all world centering on the Korean Peninsula. It's not only a coincidence that two major partners for today's program is related with China, Chinese People's Federation and Chinese People's Association here in Australia. The role of China for the reunification of North and South Korea will be very important, very crucial. So I believe that from this very small stage, from this very small gathering of the people, we can give a better message, very important message to the people all around the world, centering in Sydney, Australia. So I thought, what should be the title of my speech today? I spoke with Drake a few times. I graduated from a university in Korea in Korean studies. I study South Korea. I study somehow about North Korea. Study about North Korea is just based on the hypothesis, right? So then I was just wondering what should I keep the topic. Then I thought of this topic, the quest for the reunification of Korean Peninsula. And when Mr. Jack was speaking, then I realized that the topic is really relevant. That's a quest for the reunification of North and South Korea. So the first part, I'll go very fast. It's just the information that everyone of us know and is everywhere in the internet. It's about introduction of Korea. For centuries before the division, the peninsula was single, unified Korea, ruled by a generation of dynastic kingdoms. Occupied by Japan after the Russo-Japanese War in 1905 and formally annexed 5 years later, Korea chafed under Japanese colony rule for 35 years until the end of World War II, when its division into two nations began. Korean War and division of Korea, 1950 to 1953. The current division of Korean Peninsula is the result of the decision taken at the end of World War II. According to Michael Robinson, the professor emeritus for East Asia Studies and History at the Indiana University, who has written extensively on both modern Korea and its history, he says, and I quote, "The catalyzing incident is the decision that was made really without Koreans involved between the Soviet Union and United States to divide Korea into two occupational zones. That was not the interest of Korea, and I do agree with Michael Robinson. So if we see the process of reunification, after the division, the first reunification, there were a lot of important events after the division, but I have figured out only 6 important incidents. One was in 1972, 7.4 South Korean North Korea joint statements, also known as the July 4 North-South Joint Statement, to improve the relation between two countries. Number 2 is a very important. 2000, North and South Korea signed the June 15th North-South Joint Declaration, in which both sides made promise to seek out a peaceful reunification with the coexistence of two systems. This was proposed by the former President Kim Dae-jung. Kim Dae-jung was the first South Korean president to go to North Korea after the division. And President Kim Dae-jung, whose foreign policy is well known as the Sunshine Policy, in the reunification North and South Korea is very popular. And because of that Sunshine Policy, Kim Dae-jung was given Nobel Peace Prize. This was also a very important time, the event that took place for the reunification North and South Korea. Third was during 2007 high-level Korean inter-Korea talks held in Pyongyang between Kim Jong-il and Roh Moo-hyun. President Roh Moo-hyun was one of the disciple or one of the believer of Kim Dae-jung's philosophy too. Both sides agreed to the October 4th declaration, improving on the inter-Korean relation on the basis of June 15 Joint Declaration. June 15 Joint Declaration was made by Kim Dae-jung. Fifth, April 2018, at the North-South Summit talks at the House Peace in Panmunjom, Kim Jong-un and Moon Jae-in signed the declaration. Sixth, it was a very historical time, June 2019, President Donald Trump became the first president to step inside the North Korea ahead of meeting with Kim Jong-un. So that was also recorded as one of the important events. The seventh and the final I would like to quote is Kim Jong-un's sisters, who visited South Korea during the Seoul Winter Olympics, was seen as important progress for the reunification of North and South Korea. People, when Kim Jong-un decided to send his sister to leading the team to participate the Seoul Winter Olympics, it was also seen as very important, and it was seen as a possible process of reunification. So if we see now the current President Yoon Suk-yeol's policy for the reunification of North and South Korea, in its three-stage blueprint for carrying out Yoon's bold initiative, it's called bold initiative, the ministry will first seek a preliminary and comprehensive agreement that lays out denuclearization goals and procedures in return for food aid, followed by a practical accord that involves military trust building and intense medical, agriculture, and modernization development aid. The final stage, complete denuclearization, would be accompanied by restarting a full-fledged inter-Korea economic and exchange cooperation. So this is the current status, current policy, current stand of South Korea government. If we see in the new white paper, the Unification Ministry also calls for measurement of alleviate the suffering caused by the division of the peninsula, including the creation of a foundation to carry out reunions of families divided by 1950-1953 Korean War. The ministry estimated that 133,675 South Koreans to date who have signed up for the chance to meet with relatives in North, 91,051 have died, leaving 42,624 on the wait list. And those people who are in the wait list must be over 80 years old. So now we have to understand that is there still the interest within the South Korean society for the reunification of North and South Korea. We don't know what the people in the North are thinking. There is no concrete policy of the North Korean government towards the reunification of Korean Peninsula. Few days before there was a trial, there can be trial tomorrow, anything, we don't know what is going inside them. But when we see from South Koreans' perspective, are the youth, are the current generation, the generation that they are in their 50s or 60s or below them, are they interested in the reunification process or not? What are they thinking about? So this is some basic information that we get everywhere. So now I want to introduce one video. As we know, that Universal Peace Federation founder, late Dr. Sun Myung Moon and Dr. Hak Ja-han Moon, they have a quest for the reunification of North and South Korea. So we'll watch one video that Dr. Moon and late Dr. Moon and his wife, Dr. Hak Ja-han Moon, visited North Korea upon the invitation of the first founding president of North Korea, Peter Kim, who was the special assistant of late Dr. Moon, is describing their visit. There are two parts. One part is we'll watch Dr. Moon's visit to his hometown. He went to visit the place where he was born, the house where he was born, and he met his relatives and his families. The second video will be Dr. Moon met with the President Kim. So let's watch this video.
I'm greeted by, again, fathers, sisters, and relatives there, and we drove to father's nephew's house and took pictures, and it was nearby. And then father was driven to his house, original house where he was born and he grew up. Originally, father's house had kind of U-shaped house, was U-shaped, or like a square shape, like this. But then during the Korean War, according to them, the bombers came and just destroyed all the wings, and this main part, one straight house, four-room house was still just intact there. It's there. So think about the feeling. We visited there, and we saw the house, and we stood in the yard there. Father went to the room and sat there, and he prayed. And father's comment was, this house used to be very big, but now it's small. Because when father was a really small child, he thought the house was big, but now father is grown up and big, the house looks small. You experienced that, right? And when we went into the living room, the room there, father pointed out small kind of window on the wall. There's a typical Korean window on the wall. You open it and you can see outside. It's a small, about this size. Father said, this used to be pretty big because I used to come in and out of this small window. But now it's small. It looks small, but when father was a small child, I think he could have done it easily. So that kind of, he made that kind of comment, and he prayed there. And we took picture, and so many memories came to father's mind. But father couldn't enjoy those so much, because as he said at the airport, father wasn't there just for homecoming purpose, just for visiting his hometown and seeing the relatives. But he was there for the sake of the entire Korea, reunification of Korea. So even then, so many of his relatives just cried and cried. Oh, father, calm them down, calm all of them down. And father kept telling them, don't cry, don't cry. Yeah. If suppose father cried, what happened? So, and we took so many pictures, and a couple of other houses were still there. Father's cousins' houses, they are all almost now destroyed, but they are still there. And there was one particular well in front of father. Father had a lot of stories about that well too, and many memories came to father's mind. The mountains, and one thing I figured it out by myself was there was a cliff about this high. Cliff, yet just mud, the red color mud, solid mud, soil. And father used to tell us the story about catching a particular bird called kingfisher, a small fish, and has a long beak, and it's a little bit bigger than a sparrow, but really slim-looking kingfisher. This particular bird dig a hole there on the cliff so the people can't touch, and they lay eggs there. The father used to share with us the story of catching the eggs from those holes, and sometimes catching those fish because they are so much high, and father had to make steps to climb up, and they are flying so fast. All those stories I heard over and over. And I stood in front of father's house. I looked around if I could see that particular cliff. Here it was. It was about 1,000 yards, a kilometer away from father's house. There was that cliff. So in my mind, that must be the cliff. Father always played around. And later on, I asked father, "Is that it?" Father said, "Yes, it is." But it became much lower now because of the Korean War. War destroyed the entire area, so it got flattened a little bit. But still, I could see that. And all kind of memories. Also, father saw the rice paddy, which father's family used to own and grow the rice there. And father, got out of the car and stood there and took some pictures. And all those emotional moments were there. And father had a lunch in the father's cousin's house. Now they moved out of that house. Father's house is moved out. That particular village is almost now vacant, and they moved out and settled another village someplace else about a mile away from there. And before that, before he went there to have lunch, father went up to see father and mother's gravesite. We went up there, and it wasn't far away from father's original house. The grave was there, and the communists, the government, put the tombstone there. You know what, one thing, though I was grateful that they did it, since father arrived in Pyongyang for 1 week, even before that, for 1 week, several hundred people were mobilized to build a new road to the father's original house. They painted the entire house. They even built a front yard and steps, and everything was done new. The road, about a couple of miles long road, was built even, and it was just brand new. Yet when we went there, even the front yard was muddy because they put new dirt and they tried to fix everything newly. And when we went into the room, I accidentally touched one of the poles. Then paint was still wet. They really tried to give a nice homecoming, a good homecoming, good feeling to father. So they did a lot. And they even stretched out themselves to even put the tombstones in front of father and mother's grave there. Put father and mother's both in one grave. They put together, and the tombstone has both names, even the date they passed.
문청래라는 사람의 사색을 받고 아담하는 분이 있어서 하나님 주는 말씀. 전부를 통하는가, 전부를 통하는가, 하나님을 통해서 살 수 있는 하나님의 근본을 찾아라. 이런 실상이 현실이 있습니다. 여러분, 우리 통일 사상이다. 어떻게 통일합니까? 통일은 세계에서 된 것입니다. 통일의 근본인 것은 하나님과 인간 안에서부터 이게 돼야 될 것입니다. 피는 누구보다도 진행을 했으니까 말이에요. 너희들이 좋을 수 있는 찾아가라. 우리 후원해주마. 그럼 다 끝났는데요. 그러게 뭐다 하니까 문제가 벌어지지. 남한도 그렇단 말이에요. 북한도 그렇단 말이지. 자기들 정말이 옳다고. 그래서 하는데. 내가 그렇습니다.
그게 딱 우리 조선민족 제1주의 정신하고도 신통에도 비슷하다고요.
진화론이 있기 전에 진화이 저렇게 많이 봐서 한자야 돼. 진화론이 있기 전에 순놈 남자 여자 상대적 때는 이 진화론은 먼저 무엇이냐 나중에 봤어요. 난 정체적인 할수 있어. 이런 일주는 내가 볼 때 하나님 이용을 하니까 우리 하나님 보지 않지. 하나님 보야 돼. 당신은 너무 마음 있어요 없어? 있나? 마음 있어요 없어? 있지. 있는 마음 봤어? 또 사랑 있지 사랑 봤어? 보지 못한 게 귀한 것을
그래서 나 오늘 문선명 선생이 철학이지, 사상이지. 아주 집약해서 제가 말씀해 주셔서 그대로 정확하게 보고를 하죠.
피는 물보다는 진입니다.
Thank you very much. Sorry for there was no translation in the second part of the video, but that is what I'll speak after this. So when we saw the first video, Father Moon, late Dr. Hak Jahan, late Dr. Sun Myung Moon was so, the people there, his relatives were desperate and so much, they were emotional to meet him. Of course, Father Moon, being the elder of that family, among the living children or living people, he was surely very emotional, but he was holding his tears. So he was telling to the people that please don't cry. Please don't cry. What would happen if he would cry himself? And then in the second part of the video, when he saw late President Kim, he was desperate to go and hug him. He was desperate to go and hug him. So that shows that how much Father Moon was desperate for the reunification of North and South Korea. Father Moon contributed for the reunification process. When the Korean War started, that time Father Moon was prison in the Hungnam prison. So he was able to escape from the Hungnam prison. Directly from the Hungnam prison, he went to the capital city. He met few of his friends, and he flew. He started walking towards the South Korea because he knew that soon there will be a stopping. People will not be able to travel in the border. Soon there will be a parallel zone. The 30th parallel will be declared soon. So here is a passage that Father Moon mentioned in his autobiography. Sure, I said, this kind of thing happens often to anyone who takes the path of heaven. People often don't know what salvation is just beyond the next obstacle. We did not have a single moment to waste, and if necessary, I would have grabbed you by the scruff of the neck and pulled you across. Kim seemed moved by my word, but heart was uneasy. When we arrived at the point where 30th parallel divided the peninsula into two, I placed my one foot in South Korea and one foot in North Korea and began to pray. For now, we are pushed southward like this, but soon I will return to North. I will gather the force of the free world behind me to liberate North Korea and unite North and South Korea. This was how I had prayed during the entire time we walked along with the refugees. So the person he's referring Kim is Onpil Kim, his first disciple, Father Moon's first disciple. So he's talking to Kim, Onpil Kim, and then he prayed. So earlier when I was talking, I told that the first official process of reunification was started in 1972. But for Father Moon, the process of reunification was in his heart and in his mind in 1948. When he was going towards south as the refugee, together with many refugees, he put his one leg towards south and one towards north, and he prayed that I'm forced now to go towards south, but soon I'll come back with a united force to free North Korea. That is why I kept the topic of this presentation, a quest for unification of North and South Korea. That quest was Father Moon's quest. So now, what Father Moon told to President Kim during their meeting: Mr. President, because of your warm consideration, I have been able to meet my family. There are, however, 10 million Koreans who are members of families separated between North and South, and they are unable even to know whether the relatives on the other side are alive or dead. I would like to ask you to grant them the opportunity to meet each other. We need unification to restore the sovereignty of our people. We must end the division between North and South. We can have peace. Only after only after we first accomplish peaceful unification and restore our sovereignty, we can bring peace to the world. The Korean people were created to bring peace to the world. So that is what Father Moon told to the president, the late President Kim, the founding president of North Korea, that the Korean people were created to bring peace to the world. And it's true. Before talking to President Kim, he was talking to a group of people. So there he said, before my meeting with the President Kim, I delivered a 2-hour address titled, Blood is Thicker Than Water. At the Mansudae Assembly Hall, seat of the Supreme People's Assembly, North Korea's legislature, I spoke that day to the leadership of North Korea about a way to unify North and South through love. That was where Father, when we saw the video, he was so much strong. He was strongly speaking to the people. What he was saying that time is, I spoke that day to the leadership of North Korea about a way to unify North and South through love. I stood before the leadership of North Korea, whom were armed with Kim Il-sung's philosophy, and told them exactly what I believed. North and South must be unified. I said, but guns and swords will not make us one. North-South unification will not happen with military force. Even the Korea was failed in this respect, and it is foolish for anyone to think they can make another attempt through military force. Neither will unification happen with the Juche ideology. Juche ideology is the ideology of Kim Il-sung. What is to do it then? The world doesn't operate only by the power of human beings, because God exists. Nothing can be done by human effort alone. Even in the situation of evil, such as war, God carries out his providence. That is what Father Moon spoke when he met the high-level North Korean officials. He spoke about the power of Supreme God. He spoke about that only with the intervention of heaven, the unification of North and South Korea is possible. Now, from that time, Father Moon decided to invest in North Korea. Father Moon started a Pyeongwon Motor company in North Korea. There was a Pongtang Hotel that Father Moon helped to build in North Korea, and also he helped to build a World Peace Center in North Korea. I'm not sure officially, but I heard that was a joint venture in the beginning when Father Moon established, but now Father Moon donated that property, that all property to North Korea. Now, this is my view from my paper. The involvement of 6 parties and other international agencies are the most compulsory agent for the reunification of Korean Peninsula. Because earlier I said that the Korea was divided without the involvement of Korean. However, the reunification of Korean Peninsula without considering the involvement of artistic aspect of similar art, tradition, history, and culture will be too technical, and it might not be a good model of reunification. Art, culture, and traditional are expression of our thoughts, emotion, perception, values, and desire. There must be thousands of stories in our society where we can testify to the role of art, culture, and tradition of the respective society in promoting peace and helping to build peaceful family, society, and country. Dr. Hak Jahan Moon, who is universally known as the mother of peace, says, and I quote, "People often think that politics moves the world, but that is not the case. It is culture and the art that moves the world. It is affection, not religion, that touches people in their innermost being." One of the most important things that need to be considered is exploring the importance of reunification among South Koreans. According to a Seoul National University Institute for Peace and Unification Studies between July to August 2021, less than 45% of South Koreans said it is at least somewhat necessary for North and South Korea to unify. According to North Korean Studies Professor Park Gon of Yuwa Women's University in Seoul, younger South Koreans have a very difficult view of North Korea compared to the older generation. The younger generation of South Koreans have not seen the North Korea as the same nation and ethnicity. They are seeing North as a totally different entity. So this is the This is problem now. So this problem should be solved. People in the South Korea, the youth in the South Korea, the young generation in the South Korea should be taught about the history of South Korea, the division and the process of reunification and the importance of reunification. So what can be the role of, this is the last slide, what can be the role of civil society organization working in the field of North and South Korea reunification? We have to help South Korean youth to know the history of Korea before division and after the division, and help them to learn the power of language, art, culture, and more importantly, the spirit of filial piety, which is rooted in the blood lineage of Koreans too. They have to be awakened, or they have to be taught these things. Let the international community know the impact of Korean Peninsula's reunification to the world. What does reunification mean for us who are living in Australia? So we have to understand, if there will be a peace in North and South, if the North and South Korea will be unified, then there will be hope for the peace for the whole world. What we have to do now then? We have to organize events to put direct and indirect pressure on the concerned authority. For that reason, tomorrow we are doing Peace Walkathon. So I would like to invite everyone who are present here to participate tomorrow's Peace Walkathon. The Peace Walkathon will gather in Homebush. It's a Arnold's Reserve. It's Arnold's Reserve in Homebush. We'll gather there. The nearest station is Homebush Station and North Starfield Station. If you see the flyer in your table, you will see more details about the program tomorrow. It's a 5-kilometer walk. We'll gather in the Arnold's Reserve and we'll walk towards Bicentennial Park, and we'll come back again to the Arnold's Reserves. There will be few things for fun. We'll be singing, we'll be dancing, there will be raffles, there will be few other peoples gathered there, people from the different faith, people from the different background, and we'll meet them and we'll make them friends. Thank you very much.
Thank you again, Santosh Nyupane. If you can give him another warm round of applause. Thank you. Yes, as Uncle Santosh shared, it really is important to speak to the young people of South Korea and the young people of today as well. I think it would be really beneficial to have something like a study that will, look at the population of the North, the population of the South, and its GDP, and potentially what it would look separately and what it would look if it were to unite moving forward, and really, talk to the young people in that way. Now, there is, Santosh does want to present our special guest, Jake, with a gift. Jake, if you would like to come up, 앞으로 한번 나와주시겠어요? Together with Reverend Yutaka Yamada, would you like to come up on stage to present together with Santosh? Yes, a special gift of appreciation. Thank you very much. Thank you, and with that, I would now like to pass the mic back to our MC.
Thank you. This was very, very important segment and session. We used to live, my family, in Germany, 1990. And we went to East Germany when it was still separated. It was very different culture. It was like going to 40s or 50s. And then one day or one evening, there was big things in the television, and we were wondering what was happening, and the wall was tumbling down. So it was a very amazing experience and meeting also. We made friends with the East German young person who told many stories about what was happening there. So this will happen, like it was said before, it will happen, the unification of North and South Korea. It's a process, and it really needs young people's hope and enthusiasm. Now I have an absolute honor to introduce, and you have to forgive me for all the pronunciation, Her Excellency, Consul General from Iraq, Intisar Fadhil Abbas al-Vadavodi, and the CV is very long and mainly in the foreign ministry. So she has been in charge d'affaires in many countries, even Sudan and United Arab Emirates, other country, Islamic Republic of Iran, and and many positions in foreign affairs, many years, we spoke about before. So, and of course, Her Excellency speaks English, French, and Turkish. Merhaba. So we warmly want to invite you to receive an Ambassador for Peace award. So please, Reverend Yudaka and all the, please come.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is with great honor and gratitude that I stand before you today as the Consul General of the Republic of Iraq to express my heartfelt appreciation for being recognized by the esteemed peace organization with the certificate of the Ambassador of World Peace. This recognition serves not only as a testament to my own efforts, but more importantly, as a reflection of the commitment of the people and leadership towards the case of global harmony and peaceful coexistence. The journey towards peace is a collective one, requiring dedication and cooperation from individuals, communities, and nations. Like Iraq, a land with a rich history and a diversity of cultures, also it has exhibited determination and a desire for a brighter future. The certificate of the Ambassador of World Peace that I have been honored to receive is not just a piece of paper, but a symbol of the shared aspirations of people striving for a world free from violence and conflict. Thank you once again for this esteemed recognition. Together, we shall continue to build bridges of peace. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Her Excellency. Let's give a big hand of congratulations. So now I would like to invite to give some congratulatory remarks. First, Mr. Craig Stone, who is Secretary General of UPF of Oceania. Let's welcome him.
Thank you. It's my very great honour to be able to congratulate Her Excellency Consul General Ines Al Daoudi on the receipt of the Ambassadors for Peace Award today. So first of all, I would like to thank you very much, Your Excellency, for gracing us, our peace conference today, with your presence. I know that you are an extremely busy person. You have many important, things to do, and especially on a Saturday afternoon, I think it's a very special honour that you were able to join us today. So thank you so much. By way of a little bit more explanation, the Ambassadors for Peace Award, a little bit of background, it was initiated 22 years ago in 2001 by the founders, Father and Mother Moon. And it's one of the largest and most diverse networks of peace leaders and peace builders in the world today, the Ambassadors for Peace Network. There are well over 100,000 ambassadors for peace all over the world, including from some 160 countries. They come from all walks of life. They represent all races. They represent all religions and nationalities and cultures. But the thing that unites them is four things, and I'd like to just outline them very briefly. First of all ambassadors for peace are committed to the following. One, to stand on the common ground of universal moral principles, some of which we've heard a lot today, this session particularly, promoting reconciliation, overcoming barriers, and building peace. The second commitment of Ambassadors for Peace is to form a global network representing the diversity of the human family, and all be disciples of this endeavour. The third is to promote cooperation beyond the boundaries of religion, race, ethnicity, and nationality. And the fourth is to practice the golden rule, as was explained earlier, living for the sake of others as the guiding principle for building a global community. So with these little brief explanations of what an Ambassador of Peace is and what they're committed to, Your Excellency, your life and certainly your great service to your country and to the world and to Australia exemplifies these very principles, and it's our very great pleasure to present this award to you today. So, of course, it's not only a recognition of all the work you've done to date, but it's given in the full confidence that you will continue to pursue these noble ideals in your life and in your work into the future, and I'm sure you will. So again, a hearty congratulations from us all. Thank you, and God bless.
Thank you, Gregson. And for closing remarks, I'd like to invite John Adamedes, who is the President of Universal Peace Federation, Australia. Let's welcome him.
Thank you. Greetings to everyone. I won't say anything very long. It's been a very long day, and I just want to say thank you for coming, for really being a part of this, and to try to tie everything together. We want peace, yes? Okay, and we want to see unity between warring nations, and particularly North and South Korea. So, and we know to do this, we need to be able to realise that we are a spiritual being first. Love is more important than anything else. Isn't it true? People die for love, will sacrifice for love. Parents will give gladly to their children. And the practice of love, and we've said it several times, is actually living for the sake of others. How do you know someone is loving? Because they're serving you. If they don't serve you sincerely, then who are they serving? Really, to have peace, where does it really start? It's not anywhere else. It really starts from inside of you. If you are at peace with yourself, then you create a peaceful family, you create a peaceful society, you create a peaceful world, and you don't have any enemies. Mandela, who we all know, who spent many years in prison, he discovered in prison one thing, that at his very core, he was surprised to find there was no hate. He was a man that when he grew up in his youth who was always angry, but he realized in his core, really there's no hate. And what is there if it's not hate? It's love. So if we really want peace, we start with ourselves. So what stops peace being in our own heart? Okay? It's because we are not practicing love enough. The more we live for the sake of others, the happier you become. Truly, there's so much research out there. When you give, it's so much satisfaction. And especially when you give without any ulterior motive. You're doing it because it's good to do. And that is, so I'm very grateful that everyone is here. And I'm very grateful that you came and that we can be a community, a multicultural community, a community that really tries to respect everyone and also put everyone in equal position. Man and woman are the same. If we don't have women, we have no humanity. If we don't have man, we have no humanity. So we're very much equal, a lot more than we think. And so I'm very grateful. I could easily continue, but I won't, because it's already way past, it's been a long day, and I'm very grateful for you for coming. And I wish you well, and really peace is up to us. So let's be peaceful together. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you so much. Let's give a hand to everybody who spoke. And big hand to all the awardees today, okay? And we are going to support everybody continue living filial piety and also to be ambassador. Welcome to Ambassador for Peace community. It's wonderful, and we share internationally and locally anytime. Please welcome, welcome. So it's even hard to say goodbye because it feels like we are now a little family here. So be safe. God bless you, and please join us again, and let's work together in wherever we are. Bring peace to others and encouragement and hope. When there is no hope, we give love, and then we can make a big difference. So we ask people, are you okay? And we give some encouragement and love. So thank you so much. This has been a wonderful, wonderful day. And so be safe in your travels back home, and see you even for the walkathon if you are interested to exercise. All right? And so even Sister Pearl Waimara said thank you for everybody. She just mentioned please thank you for coming to this land. Okay? God bless you. Thank you so much.